romantic night.
The bucket. No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes, the bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
Bucket, are you okay with this? This is really taking things to the next level.
Stanley, give me the bucket.
No!
Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it.
My bucket.
Give it to me now.
Close your eyes. He wants to do things to my bucket. Go back to work, Stanley. What is he? He has my bucket. He has my bucket. These buckets ain't loyal.
Hello and welcome to The Living Gods. I'm Danny Dutch, and if you like gaming, technology, philosophy, pop culture, or just hanging out, you're in the right place. So please do go ahead and leave a like, follow, and comment to be a part of the conversation, because I truly love to hear your thoughts and try to respond to every single one of them. So with all that being said, let's go ahead and jump into this video.
Today we are playing through the Stanley Parable. The only thing I know about this game is that you're not supposed to know anything going into it, so trust me, I don't know anything. I've avoided all spoilers and all playthroughs. I know nothing. But you already knew that. Please enter the current time. 10:29. Just in time for work at the office. No, I haven't had to work in a real office in, I don't know, like 3 years maybe? So, and the last office I worked in was kind of a nightmare. So, if this is in fact a scary game, I might have some PTSD. Alright, let's do it. The end is never the end. Is never the end. Is never the end. Is never the end. Okay. I didn't mean to skip whatever just happened. Should I start over? I should probably start over. Sorry about that. Oh, hey, Dragon of the South, what's up with you? Me? I'm just checking into my day at the office. Hate Mondays, am I right? Very depressing little office. Can't do anything with that, right? Guess not. We're the only ones here. 428, 427. You know, okay, we work in 427. Remember that. Remember that. This is locked. Hey, Thunder, what's up? I'm doing good. How are you? Just starting this game. A little creeped out already.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Yes, I've got to find the meeting room, but there's so many things to look at. Everyone hates
No
Mondays.
matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Who farted mug? Classic. It's interesting that none of these are decorated. Number one, Dad. Okay, that gives us a little bit of personality. I like work. I just hate my boss. That's good. All right, meeting room. Looks like it'd be to the left. Gotta look though, gotta look. 418. Oh, we got a computer. Access. That's the username. Interesting. Awaiting input. You know, I'm just gonna go. Probably not in 420, huh? I'm gonna dive deeper in to the maze. It's walking so smoothly, I like it. I'm not sure how old this game is. It feels brand new.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Did I?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
We've made our decision, so now we're trapped. Just admire it. You know, I just don't like when they tell me what to do. This is why I no longer work in an office. Okay.
Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Okay. Drinking it in. They really like their coffee. They're a bit messy.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
Can you blame me? Can you blame me? All right.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Oh, do I? I don't know. I guess I do. They probably don't give you a choice this time. But there is a door straight ahead. Do we just keep defying him? The narration sounds like something out of Dr. Seuss. It does, doesn't it? Just a peek. Just a peek. What's the door on the left? Something is telling me not to do what he wants me to do.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Yeah, it is. Do not lie if you are lying right now. Stop. Okay, a little weird. Do not jump from the something while the lift is in motion. Are they gonna let me back in? They're probably gonna pull the plug on me and just end the game. Well, penalty for misuse. Oh, 1K, 5K. I don't think I need to worry about that because it says it will cause death. Do not jump from the cargo lift while it is in motion.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
Okay.
There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
Oh, a lady.
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Oh, that silver blood. What's up? Alright, maybe I'll listen to him. He did take me across the elevator, safe and sound.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone. Oh, no, you can't. Did you just unplug the phone?
I don't know why.
That wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check.
You gonna put it back in?
No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action.
I've broken the
How is that even possible?
game.
None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person.
Oh no, I've been exposed.
I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
How am I getting scolded already?
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. but if used incorrectly can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this
did we
scenario,
die? No,
a
I don't
hypothetical
think
real
so.
person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people.
Okay.
Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember
Well,
that
what am I
unlike here,
doing instead
the
of
real
reading?
world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic.
Oh, God.
If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack."
My goodness. What?
Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the
That's
best
definitely
part
me
to a healthy decision-making
office.
process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less?
They're mostly meals.
And finally,
but yes.
if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant,
All right,
and
got
the
a point
feeling
there.
should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Ah, welcome back.
Being
You may have
tested.
noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're
I'm
properly
breaking the game.
informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
Stop. Charts. Danger everywhere. Maybe I plug the phone back in. What about that? Hey, JO. Hop on Warzone? I don't play Warzone, but have fun. I wish I did. What do you have, the Stanley Parable standard or ultra deluxe? I have ultra deluxe. Ultra deluxe. Alright, let's go. Let me try plugging it back in. I'm just curious. No? Okay. Well then, let's see what the correct decision would be. I'm guessing I can't go in here. Okay, I think it's going to take me all the way back to,
Now that we know your choices are meaningful,
first
we
door.
can't have you jumping off the platform and dying.
Now you
Imagine
say that,
the
and I
main
wanna do
character
that.
dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
There's something about this game telling me what to do that makes me want to do everything opposite. I don't think this is a normal reflex, but it is for me. Hey, thank you for the raid, legging out. Thank you. How's your stream? What were you playing? I think we gotta go all the way back. Back through the break room.
Almost there.
Let's see if
You'll
anything
take the door
changed.
on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world.
We're ending it already? Way too soon for that. I'm not sure I believe him.
Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Reluctantly, I might add. And then Stanley did continue through this creepy room.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Tips for not getting fired. Talk less. How to solve a dispute with a coworker. Let it ball up inside you. Okay, take it out passive-aggressively on other coworkers. Miss the 3rd step, but the first 2 are great. Make sure your slide is a slick blue graphic in the header and throw some bevel on all the text. This will ensure a calm and productive work environment. Everyone is unique. You most of all. True. Next. What is hot? Target demographic teenagers. Oh, weird. Charts and slides. What do people want? Things. Happy feelings. Nope. Money. More money. Things. Both money to buy more things. Graphs about things and money. We have our new product. Profits. Requires more secondary research. For stripes, the stock market is somewhere here. What do people want? Telephone directly. Oh, I don't think we can actually see what is there, but we can't dial any numbers, I don't think. What are your dreams for the future? Talk radio. Comatose. Clear skin. Pollution. A boat. I get that. Mitosis. Hope. Success. Lunch. Oh, don't get fired. That's the third step, in case anyone was wondering. And then for resolving a conflict, this one's important, then we'll move on. The third step is resent coworkers for not supporting you more. So that's how you solve a dispute with a coworker. That's good. Good stuff. Bi-quarterly, post-review. Oh, we got numbers. We need less reviews. 402 plus 405. 402, 405. Got it. Want to get rid of the death sport portion in the primary review schedule. But I think that's a stupid idea. More water coolers. More water cooler heaters. Charts need to be more hip to appeal to teenage demographic. Find teenagers to put in teenage demographic. Big net. Some sort of child trap. Whoa. Throw something in the idea bin. No more bins. Trash cans. Renaming of the idea. Firing a me. Okay. Lots of charts and graphs on the table. Are these worth looking at? Get Chris out of the broom closet. I wonder if these are little side quests I could do. Push for funding for research and development of new coffee machine. Synergize papers. Hire someone to synergize papers. Papers are too synergized. Fire paper guy. Hire somebody to fire the paper synergizing guy who moved my desk. Please keep the targets on the topic of... They erased it. The future is yesterday. Tomorrow is now. Tomorrow. Complete today's unfinished agenda items. Write next day's agenda. Refleet. Oh, we got more numbers. Oh, yes. Okay. 417, 405, 491, 416, 431. Jim. Who is Jim? Why is he special? Meeting room. Floor 4XX. So maybe we have to figure out what's the third number, the X, in this little square. Do not alter without consulting whiteboard manager. RIP Franz. Aw, sad. Alright, we'll continue. Broom closet. So, Jim, someone could be in here. Let him out. What was his name? Well, he's stuck forever, just like me.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Okay. Wow, decadent. See where all the money goes. I'm just gonna stop checking doors. So that just shut? It's weird. This must be the secretary's desk. The beige pages. Business time. Oh, wow. This is a nice office.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Nightshark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
I wonder, there's a door behind this bookshelf. I wonder if there's a door behind this bookshelf. maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. Okay.
Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
Night Shark 115. Night Shark 115.
I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step.
Oh, maybe I hold it. Night Shark 115.
Okay, fine. You're not going to do it. But you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect.
I tried.
The kind of respect Stanley shows for his
Night
choices.
Shark.
He knows what it
115.
means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here?
Stop scolding
you had
me.
a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted.
I did
over
go on
there.
the door on the
Why
right.
did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay, fine. It makes me want to defy him even more. We'll go through. I'm going to learn that guy's name. Trapped in the broom closet.
Yet there was not a single person
Chris.
here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief,
Moving on.
behave exactly as
He's
Stanley
gonna
would.
scold me.
That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
He doesn't want me to cut him off. I get it. Okay. We'll take it nice and slow. No speed running in the office. Very dangerous.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief,
Well,
behave exactly as Stanley would.
Okay.
That means choosing responsibly and
Well,
always putting the
apparently.
story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on
must
his
be a way
left.
out. Apparently, Stanley wouldn't do what he's telling me to do.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
No, sir. It is a bit chaotic over here. They actually won't let me? Alright. Alright. What would Stanley do? Probably try every door. Very curious little cat. That's Stanley.
Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever.
A door.
Reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way.
I have to
Is it
keep
better to
breaking
shut
it.
the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down.
No, you don't have to
I
do
have
that.
to.
You don't have to do that.
I have to.
No. Whoa.
Oh, I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you.
Okay.
You.
Oh, you don't have
who
to say it
thought you
like
were
that.
so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground.
I'm
What,
sorry.
did you think that would be funny? You just had to see?
Yeah.
Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it.
If I can go up
That
there.
thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world
Sounds
outside
like a
of
round.
you? You're a child.
Stop it!
Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious.
I thought I was
It
gonna
would
go
have been
home to
so
my wife.
perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Oh, Stanley. I look nothing like that.
Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice.
The end?
I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening?
The
to
end?
me? Can you hear me? Is everything all right?
What?
Stanley, this is important. The story
Stanley.
needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you.
How did I mess it up that
Stanley?
quickly?
Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You can't
It
be
said it
wrong
would take
here.
2
We can work
hours.
together. I'll accept whatever
Oh,
you
God.
do. I simply need you
Oh,
to
God.
take that step forward, please. Choose
See what happens when you play with God.
anything.
Trolling 101.
This is
Yeah.
more important than you can ever
Facts.
know. I need this. The story needs it.
The consequences of my own actions.
Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide.
Sorry, Leroy.
Time to make sure your choice is correct.
Fine,
That
next
is the
time I'll
best
listen to him.
choice.
Exactly.
That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do.
And now
Take
he's
as
so
much time as you need.
patient and understanding. Yeah. The end is never the end. It's never the end. But it did say the end. So, in a way, we beat the game. 427.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Alright, I gotta go slower.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Perhaps. Now we play by the rules. See, they're training me to actually be a corporate. Just a cog in the wheel. I don't know.
When Stanley came to a set of
Phrases.
2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Entered the door on the left, and then went to the meeting room.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Okay. How did I miss this one? Monetize free to play. No one in here, right, Chris? Oh, Chris! Chris!
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Okay. Just as long as I can't pick anything up. That one looks like it's glowing a little bit. Is it actually?
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet.
Sounds a little sus.
No reason to still be here.
It's fine. Alright, I'll move on. See? Look, I don't want him to punish me again. Although I
Coming
could...
to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Although I could go downstairs. Okay, taking everything in me not to do that. I'm gonna play by the rules here. Just one time. Just one time. That's all you get.
Stepping into his manager's
looks very
office,
different.
Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
There's no more
Shocked,
panda.
Unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845.
2845.
But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Wait. I can click on things. 2845. 2845.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
I wonder if there's some other combinations you can plug in.
Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
But we know there's a bookshelf, or a thing behind the bookshelf, right? No? It feels like a movie set. Could go down, or could go back here. What's back here? Anything? Doesn't look like it. Okay, I'll go down here. Okay, is there a floor? I'm very trusting right now. We could also go up. Can we go up? Ah, okay. Going down. Doing what they tell me. Doing what they tell me. Paragon
Descending
mode.
deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Okay. Sure. Not scary at all. Is this gonna... Yellow square. Yellow square. Yellow line. Yeah.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Whoa. Escape. This is tough, actually. Well, we made it this far.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
He does. Let's see it. Turn on them tellies. Gotta go near the remotes over here.
Now the monitors jumped to life,
Whoa.
Their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building.
Oh, I'm 470
Stanley's
something.
co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
472, I think. I don't remember. I think that was it. Or 17. Yeah, maybe that's it. Okay. Maybe it doesn't matter. No file here. No file here. No file here. Maybe we shut them off. Or keep moving. That makes sense.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Could never be me.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never.
Where are we going?
It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
So I kind of feel like I am the one mind controlling him, if that's the narrative this guy's telling. I feel a little bad about that, but oh, we are actually not on a loading screen.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working,
though.
all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
So it says it's offline. I feel like we're good to go. Let's get out of here. Facility power. Let's go dismantle this. Console disabled. Interesting. Alright, going up. Mind control, idle. Awaiting input. System
And when at
power.
last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
We're playing along with the story. We're doing what it says. Being a good person. We're gonna shut this down. Why do I get the feeling it didn't work?
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won.
Okay.
He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away.
All right.
And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved.
Huh.
Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp?
Well, we know Chris
What
isn't in
other
the broom
mysteries
closet.
did this strange building hold?
So that's good.
But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go.
Perhaps.
No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing
Beautiful.
worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
Wow, let me out of here.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him.
Kind of looks like the
This was
afterlife.
exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen.
A little too
And
pretty.
Stanley was happy.
Is it too good to be true, though? We're back. Okay, so I guess that's one ending.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
427. Remember that. 427. 427. 427. All right, now we're gonna break some rules. We got the bad ending, the really bad ending. We got the good ending, and now it's time for a little chaos.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Now we're gonna take the phone call.
Wow. Yes, this room. What a beauty. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I guess we didn't do that last time, did we? Yeah, we'll do that.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
To the opposite door. Or did he go down? It's possible. It's possible Stanley went down. He's not yelling at me yet.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. he wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here, it's, left.
Okay.
Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake.
All right. Is it?
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
Don't trap me in here.
Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left,
At least
right.
it's not mad at me anymore.
Yep. Okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
I don't believe you. It's gonna run me over. Whose car is this? Going deep to the depths. Wow.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to,
427.
Who am I kidding? It's all rubbish
Found us.
now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning.
Is anyone
and this
trapped?
time, suppose we don't wander
There's a
so
red one.
far off
Fired.
track, hmm? Okay.
Fired. Why are they
from the
fired?
top.
He's good. All right, now we're gonna take the phone
All
call.
of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Take the phone call.
When Stanley...
See our
Wait.
wife?
Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Oh my god. He's actually giving me options. Let me see. This is... See, now I have too many options. Paradox of choice. We're gonna take the first door. Inner guilt. Everyone knows what you did. They're just holding back to let you torture yourself.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again?
No, don't do that.
Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again.
No.
But it's got to be better than this.
No, it's okay.
Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
No. Oh, God, we were so close.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Let's see if it's actually there.
Okay, yep, it's worse.
Ooh.
I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
There's nothing I can do in here, right? No doors? No secret doors? Fine, we'll go back. Coffee spill. For this little computer. Oh, we shut off a computer. We didn't do that last time. Someone left a document up. Maybe we turn on a computer?
Aha! I knew we'd missed something. The story. Here it comes.
Okay.
No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps. Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what?
No,
Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this?
Queen?
You win!
Oh!
Congratulations!
Wow!
I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off. So, good job.
Oh, great. I don't see any GGs in the chat.
Oh, no. I
know how
don't
much
feel right
skill
about this
this
at
took.
all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win.
Yes, I did.
Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations.
I'm going back.
Okay? I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Okay. The Stanley Parable Adventure Line. 427. Computer.
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Sounds simple. Almost too simple. We could actually shut that one off this time. Now, it is making me think I shouldn't follow it, but this is a new room. Solitaire! Oh, I used to be addicted to this game as a child. That and Free Cell, let me tell you. Alright.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there?
Good
Or to
point.
put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story?
Blocked off.
Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that.
Gosh.
You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Zigzag. All the doors are locked. Oh. Just gonna keep on following it. Oh. Accidental glitch. Personnel files. Department accounts. Whew. Got hyped up.
Wait, cut the music. Go back and look at that fern.
Look at that fern.
Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story.
Huh?
Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Oh no. Count the leaves, everybody. Count the leaves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Well, you know, I have a photographic-ish memory. So we're gonna rely on that. Alright. Oh.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
I kind of wonder if I should go the other... Oh, we're back here.
Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we
Alright, this
trusted
one is
you,
fired
after
and that one has
everything
a
we've been
glitch.
through, you...
So
Oh, I can't take
104
this
and
anymore. To hell with it.
234.
Restart.
104, 234. 104, 234. 104?
You know what, Stanley?
Ah.
I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us?
Hey, we only
We're
gave it one
intelligent
shot.
people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
I feel like you do know. Voice.
Now, Yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild.
Love.
Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
Okay. I mean, you say that. Let's see.
Oh,
let's see if
no,
it's
not
true.
you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
Why'd they trademark it? Is it the clown? Is he here? We gotta go into the ceiling, clearly.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to
Go the
lead
opposite way.
somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask,
Oh,
will
no.
taking
Oh, I'm
the
all
right
mixed up.
door
Oh,
lead
no.
us to where we're
Okay.
going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
Why would that one be? Okay, well, it's not the only choice, so. The confusion ending.
Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get
After
to
a long
decide?
time, Stanley
Why
dies.
don't I get
Oh,
a
no.
say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep
Do it.
restarting. I
Start
don't want
it
to forget
over.
what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it.
Oh.
I won't do
He
it.
thinks he has free will.
And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now.
The journey,
We'll find out, won't
not
we?
the destination.
Eventually.
Well,
Well, in the meantime, if you...
oh no, Stanley's gonna die. I know how this ends. I've seen it on the confusion
All of his
wall.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
I feel
Stanley
like
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
whiteboard ending. Dog mode. Yes. Check. What does it mean? What does it mean? Oh, I'm excited. Okay, let's find our dog. Dog. Whiteboard ending. Everything barks. Oh no. Let's shut that off. Okay.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Well, then we'll carry on.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I don't think Stanley did.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I think Stanley wants to hear from his wife.
The lounge was sublime, a work of art. What but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
No, he didn't. Went straight ahead.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Okay, go on over.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not.
I think this is how
I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about.
My wife.
Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me.
Oh, next time I'll jump down there. 100%, 100%. That's
This is it,
definitely
Stanley.
what you do.
Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
That's fine.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Hello? Hello? 427.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven.
I can't move.
Right.
Can't move.
Okay, there we go. All right, now,
She's
I
a
want you
witch.
to come in and tell me all about your
Gotcha! Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside.
Shots
Let me
fired.
show you what's really going on here. Sorry, but you're in my story now.
Oh no, I don't want to. Okay, alright. No.
This is a very sad story
Stay
about the
over
death
here.
of a man named Stanley.
He's trying to kill me. Press this.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
I pushed the thing on my...
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button.
Ooh, I can squat. I didn't know
Now
that.
he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life. But in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
Press to watch TV?
And so he began to fantasize about his own job.
Oh no.
First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Wow, cold, Stanley. Cold.
So
Spend
he
the day
went
with the
further.
boys.
He imagined that he came to two open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice.
That's cool, they make
barely
it
even
real
mattered
time.
what lay behind
It's
each
really
door.
cool.
The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
Press to prepare dinner? You have to go with it, don't you?
As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable.
Game with a baby. Press Y to tell your kids a story.
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
I know what I have to do. Press A to tell your wife you love her. Baby, listen, I know it's been a weird day. And I know I'm in a dead-end job, and I know you want me to get out, but I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. And if you have to go, I understand. But I want you to know I'm trying for you. And I love you.
But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets. The more he forgets which life is the real one.
Let me out. Press Y to go to sleep.
And I'm trying to tell him this. That in this world, he can never be anything but an observer. That as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself.
Let me out.
But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
Do it. I'm gonna do it. Who's being mean to me?
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
Press to question nothing.
I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time.
I have a plan.
And I tried again.
Please die.
And Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again.
Oh.
And Stanley pushed a button.
No.
And I tried.
We died. Oh. Gave me the chills, that one. Creepy business. Okay, we're back in the office.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
Shut that up. I hear it. This copier is making noise. Why? Anyone here? Anyone here? Alright. Keep going. Keep going through. Solitaire, no longer an option. Shut that off. Nope, can't do that. Awaiting input. Awaiting input. Shut off everything we can shut off. Maybe now I can shut this one off. Nope. Okay. Getting creepy in here.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors,
No, he's
he
not.
entered the... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly
I have
well.
a plan. I have
Perhaps
a
he
plan.
wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I have a
Standing now in this incredible room,
We're gonna
Stanley
try
for the
to
first
jump
but eager
off
to
the
get back to
elevator.
business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Nope.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
So I don't know if we're gonna make it if we jump right there. But you have to do not jump from the cargo lift while it is in motion. But we have to get to that platform. There's an open door right there, actually.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
Take me up.
I'm not your enemy, really.
Take
I'm
me
not.
up.
I realize that
Gotta
investing
get
in
the
your
physics
trust in someone else can
just
be
right.
difficult. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Is it true? Does everyone feel that way? Am I being followed?
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
Yes. To my knowledge. I'm gonna try
When
it again.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted
I
to
thought
stop by
maybe
the
I
employee
could
lounge
get
first,
a
just to
running
admire it.
start. I don't
Stanley
think I
felt
can.
lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Nope. We're gonna wait till we get to the
Stanley
top.
was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
Let's say danger.
I'm not your
I can't
enemy,
really read the
I'm
rest.
not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
Here we go.
There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone
we're
but in
so
his eagerness to
close. Hang
prove
on.
that he is in
I'm doing it
control
again.
of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death.
Going again.
Good job, Stanley.
You're very
Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
This close.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
This is not the right
Stanley
office.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Whiteboard ending again. Maybe dog mode has to be on.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct
You
way
already
to the
know.
meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
Sure did.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was grand, majestic, perhaps too majestic, like a combination of a much smaller version and a much larger version of this exact room. It all made Stanley uncomfortable, and he started to bleed a little. This made him smile. At last, proof that he was human.
Oh no. Ew.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Maybe I'm bleeding from all the jumping off the
Stanley
bridge.
was so bad at following directions,
Elevator.
it's incredible he wasn't fired
The
years
lift.
ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please. What?
We did it!
Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you.
You're trying
to
to
show
kill me.
you
You've been
something
torturing me.
beautiful.
Danger
Look,
everywhere.
Let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side.
I don't
Give
believe
me a
you.
chance.
You liar. Liar. You mocked me because I don't have a wife. You told me I wasn't good enough. I'll never trust you. Never again.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Well, then you know he did not.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
No
I still
words.
don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
I want to give you a chance to trust me. So I'm going to force you to listen to me.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I want it to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped.
No.
And I think I have a solution.
No, don't start it over. Don't start it over.
Let me show you.
Don't. No, he's trying to kill me. He's trying to kill me. No. No. Oh, God. Okay. He's not giving me many options.
What do we want? What are we looking for?
There's something creepy at the end of this tunnel. Bunch of lights. Could be the TV room.
Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
I'm glad you feel happy, because I feel creeped out. Guess I could run off the edge. Or just leave. Ooh. Alright, now I'm happy. Let's take in the show. was like watching those old screensavers back in the day. It was a good time. Okay, I guess I'll give it up. Let's leave.
No, wait. Where are you going?
I don't care about your happiness, and no one will ever love you either.
Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
He wants me to jump? Wait. I can't get out, can I? So that's the room, right? That's the room. I guess I can go back, or we could just jump. I think we have to jump, my friends. But it wasn't really it's a good run. Good run.
No!
We're still alive.
Thank God. You lived. You had me worried there for a moment.
Slower.
Now, can we please get back to the other room?
I guess we can keep jumping. What do you think he does if we jump again?
No. No, no. What are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this?
Whee!
Stanley, let's go back to the other room.
One more time.
Can you do that for me?
Definitely slowing down.
My God. Is this really how much you disliked my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
No one can. What do you think?
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along.
Oh no.
But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
I wonder if I could even go back to the room now. This feels like the last time. But I'm walking real slow. It's too late.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Going back. We're both going back together. Let that be a comfort to you. 4:27.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
Feels like he's trying to make things more pleasant for me. What did that one say, actually? Input received. That's new. That's new. That's new. Username access. Access denied. Can't turn it back on. Okay. How about this? Any more input? Just one bar of input. New content.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Let's find out. He's such a good storyteller, he doesn't even know the things he is telling. He is just as shocked by the twists and turns.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
That's us.
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over.
I'm delighted.
Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Go that way. Whatever. Ultra Deluxe.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Hopefully it has a button somewhere.
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or...
Oh, there we go.
All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
Let's do it. It's all new content to me.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
All right, Stanley. The jump circle.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
35 jumps remaining? Okay. Well, let's... Everyone jump along at home. Let's see what this does. Double time, double time, double time. 19, 18, 17, 16, 15. 15 more to go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Blast off. Okay.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
I do like jumping. Oh, we got another elevator. Maybe they have another mini game for us.
Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait.
There we go.
There's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
You tried jumping along at home, but too drunk. I respect that. 35 jumps, that's a lot of jumps. Thank you for enjoying the new content.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable.
All right.
It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game?
No.
And we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always.
That sounds
What
nice
do you say,
when you
friend?
put it like that. Although we don't always have a great time together, let the record show. Sometimes you bully me, but it's alright, I forgive you. My friend, you say we are friends, I believe you. Wait, this is new. Hate Mondays, huh? Got a picture of 430, 431, 436. I feel like I should be writing these down. 430, 430. Hey, twins.
Psst! Stanley! Come over here! In the vent! I want to show you something!
Normally I don't listen to him, but this time I'm tempted. It's hard for me to resist such an alluring whisper. Coffee nut. Going in. Did he trick me? That was the end? Are we resetting? I think he tricked me. We'll see. Oh, no.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it.
Wow.
Just our little secret. Take a look.
Amazing.
I call it the Memory Zone.
Yes.
It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want.
Yes.
Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
The Memory Zone. Can't pick anything up. Take it all in.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
2013. This is hilarious. Stanley... The Memory Zone Temp. Independent Game Festival... The Last of Us. Oh, wait, okay. The British Academy of Film, Television Arts awarded to to The Last of Us, but they crossed it out and put Stanley Parable. Oh, this is hilarious. Whoever wrote this. Genius. Buy on Steam. I had never heard of this back in 2013, believe it or not. Even though it beat out The Last of Us. Good times. Let's begin again. Alright. A trip down memory lane. Smile because it happened. Don't cry because it's over. First dollar made. I assume. We got the demo. Go outside. Achievement. Not unlocked. Achievement still working on that one. Unachievable. It is impossible to get this achievement. It's funny. Nominee, British Academy Award, Game Innovation. Debut game. Story. Wonderful. Good for them. New video game releasing today. Creators surprisingly down to earth. Colleges show uneven effort to enroll poor. Costs hinder new tack to achieve diversity. 50% off designer hat, but a small creature owns the other half. It's ridiculous. Today, sunny, hot, humid, high of 92. Tonight, clear to partly cloudy, warm and humid, low 74. Tomorrow, sun and clouds, hot, humid, high 90 weather. Oh, okay. Sometimes I just read everything because you never know what's going to be good. I don't know. I'm really interested in that designer hat, though. I mean, even though it's only half, it's pretty exciting. Sounds very prestigious. Los Angeles Times, Stanley Parable deals with tough choices, like choosing the left door or the right door. That one got me good. In loving memory of little Stanley. He's a little rodent. That's cute. Little Stanley. Wow. Can we sit here? No, we can just look. Je suis dans la memory zone.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim. It was Persona 3. It was all of them. And now, it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore.
Why do you say
It's
that?
just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
That's something. Don't beat yourself up about that. The Danny Parable. 0 deaths. Yeah, that sounds right. Hey, Matt. Thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. What were you playing tonight? And also, how was your trip? That looked so fun. I loved all your pictures. Oh, wait. Is this... I bet that's the escape room that I didn't actually go through. Oh, so now we got a choice. Down or straight ahead? Memory zone maintenance. Can't go in there, actually. Forget that. Ah, Goose Duck. Nice, nice. That's awesome. I'm jealous. Never been to Tokyo. Stanley Parable. Stanley. More charts and graphs. Just got nothing to say about this one. People play games because of what they can do inside them, and your game is very good at letting them know they can't do anything. Literally anything. That's not true. We unplugged
Here's
the
another
phone
moving
cord.
passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
Aw. Well, I think they're being too hard on it. That's what I think. Yen is weak right now. Now it's time to go. Hey, good tip. Good tip. Got a little bike. Alright. Can't go through here. The serious room. Oh, we don't want to go in there anyway. Where can we go? Guess we gotta go back.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before.
It's maintenance.
What's this? What's down here?
Oh,
Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews
Yes.
from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here.
oh God.
Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
I don't know. It's pretty ominous. Not recommended.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Keep moving forward, I guess. So meta right now. I like it. That one looks like a thumbs up.
Okay, let's see what this one
Not this
says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm
did
not
yell at
preachy,
me.
am I?
To be fair.
You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness.
Noodle
This is actually
shot.
quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
He's so good at making me feel bad for him.
What's
Not
this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button.
Cookie 9.
A skip button?
Played 10 hours though.
Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Okay. Just one.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue. And it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once. So now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet. No, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunch.
I'm out.
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary... Well, there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button.
Oh, it doesn't
the
let me
minute
anymore.
I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right. Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know. Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours.
12 hours?
You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room.
Well then...
Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time.
Well,
just sitting here.
Maybe we can ice him out. Hello?
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities.
I bet you regret not treating me better,
nothing at all but regret for the longest time.
Let's hear what he regrets.
Months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past.
What would you undo?
And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. Yes. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one
Let's
ending,
take you back there, shall we? Oh my God, make it stop, make it stop, make it stop, make it stop.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack...
Where did he go? He's asleep again. Let's see how many times we can get away with this. No door still, right?
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
Where's that water coming from? Oh no, it's gonna flood us out. Well, let's get on with it. Skip ahead to the death. Wow. It's really let itself go, hasn't it? Narrator friend has given up on me. This place is almost crumbling down to the point where we have an escape route. Let's keep on skipping. Beautiful. Wow. Keep it going. This riddle is too much. Well, this is depressing. I thought we were onto something. If we just keep skipping. I'm getting chills. I don't like it. I don't like that one. Oh, topsy-turvy. Let's go! Yes! Yes! We made it out. This is what I'm talking about. This is free will. This is a visual depiction of free will. We're gonna go straight ahead, away from it all. Should we go behind it? No, we're on a journey now. Through the rocks. This way. Follow the smoke. I think. You've entered Cthulhu in time. Looks like you're trying to find Coachella. Oh, I like that place. All right.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing.
Halfway.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
I wonder if that's like progress through the game. Okay, wait. Hopefully I didn't shut off something important. This one's out. Oh, this one. 2 bars. Hey! Okay, this might be progress. So we would need 5 bars. Or it's just a mini game or something. Let me in. Man, I like that desert. New content? Don't you deceive me. New content.
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Hope we get to jump a little more. I like that. Fingers crossed. Trying to leave an office like this would give me so much anxiety. Yeah. Especially with this guy always in your ear, truly. Telling you exactly what to do. Mocking you. All your life's decisions.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Wow. Oh, this is so
Yes,
nice.
you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience.
The end is
built
never the
from
end
the ground up.
again.
Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Taste the sequel. Funny. These are good slogans. I'll give
Calling
it
it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
They updated all the computers. That's very sequel. New content is out. New content is in part 2. Old and busted, new hotness. Meow, meow, meow. Cool red section of the chart. Boring sections of the chart. Genius. I love it. I'm in. How much money do you need? They're back. 2 doors. 2 doors. Stanley Parable. Title slides. So I can't really do much here.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
This way to the show floor. New features. New content. Well, perfect 10 in design. I'll tell you that. Worry about the story later.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Okay. The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Okay. I gotta try that.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
That is wonderful. All right.
Jim. Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature.
Okay.
Just play along. I promise you'll love it.
That's fun.
Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a
Jim.
person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim,
I'm
and
definitely
as
just
Jim
picturing the
watching
office.
your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now?
Yeah.
If so, then please step forward and press the button.
I am Jim.
Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again. Do it again.
Okay. You got me. I like it. Jim.
It hits even harder the second time.
It did
If
hit
this
harder.
were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Unless we can hit it one more time.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much, Jim.
No, you can never be too
I'm
much,
putting
Jim.
the Jim button away.
No.
Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you
Jim.
actually are.
Jim! I liked it. I am Jim. It's true, I don't know who I am anymore. Alright, well, that's a fun feature.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable too. That would actually
Pretty good
save me
idea.
the work of finishing this feature.
Red is the new orange. The new updated ray traced. More of the same, but in a good way. New features, new content, new ideas. A whole new office. The baby is all grown up. Bankruptcy. Consistent quality with just the right amount of change. Button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Jump circle. Oh, we did that. That was a good one. Infinite hole. I don't know about that one. That doesn't sound as fun to me. 44. This is also new. Please no screenshots.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons.
Okay.
But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Stepneys. Well, this one is... You know what? This one is so niche that I like it. I like it a lot. But this one, Get Well Someday, it's oddly pessimistic and optimistic at the same time. I would give this balloon to someone that I love, but also to someone that I hated. Get Well Someday. I'm gonna have to go with for ambiguity.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along.
Ah!
Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is.
Okay. You know what? When I pressed that button, I had instant regret, and I wanted this one anyway. So, you read my mind. You read my mind, narrator. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece.
Or
Love
actually,
it.
maybe I should have gone with... No.
No.
I've made my
with your
decision.
gut.
We're moving on.
Free, new, and easy achievement. I can't believe it's that simple. Get a trophy. Pull the lever. Receive your new achievement. No more steps. It just works. Get yours.
Now, here's
right
something
now.
special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Cold world. Alright, well, we'll move on. There's plenty of other features in this game.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen
Jump
yet?
circle. Everyone ready for more? Oh no, it's at 0. Let's see. That's the achievement. Expo Hall Guide. Perfect. This map. Free achievement. Okay, the button. Yep. Merch. We didn't see merch. Settings World Champion. The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. Office decorations. Epilogue. Collectibles. Infinite Hole. Exit. Where's the exit? Oh, pretty close by. Alright, well, let's continue just wandering, to be honest. Merch! I see merch, and then we're going to the reassurance bucket. Merch. Oh, you can't get anything? They're pretty cool. Reassurance bucket. I like the look of it from the outside.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I am happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting.
Love it.
You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
All right, I'm ready. A sweet embrace.
Can you feel it?
Yeah.
The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair,
That's
must
good with
already
me.
be sweeping through your body. And in fact,
How much I
can
like
I
this
say that I
bucket.
do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
All right.
The benefits of the
think we
bucket
can
seem
all
to
agree
go
on
on and
that.
on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
I like it. Game's got a lot of potential. I'm going to take this with me. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I like it squeak.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game?
They should.
That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Yeah, we saw that one. What else? What else we got? Collectibles. Exit that way. Okay, so Settings World Champion. We have yet to see that. Settings World Champion. Infinite Hole. Haven't seen. Let's go to the Infinite Hole. Yeah. Infinite Hole. Settings. I wonder if settings was the balloon. That's over my head. Okay. Depth infinite. Alright, infinity. Yep, they really aren't kidding around here. Science? Wow, it just keeps going. Just keeps going. Alright, let's see this hole.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like.
As long
A
as I have
stunning
my
leap
bucket.
forward for video games as a medium.
We do this or the exit. Or take the plunge. So we have the bucket for sanity.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say
This
so.
is like that screensaver.
Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer,
Is it
but
really
I do
infinite?
recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
I don't think it's infinite. I don't think it's infinite. I think he's lying.
Okay, Stanley. I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of
I
the
knew
hole.
it. I know him so
Is
well.
it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely?
Meeting at
I
2
figured
p.m.
the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem.
Me?
Look,
Probably
things got a
cigarettes.
little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean.
I
Why
said
don't
them.
we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the whole mostly infinite? If that works for you, Then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
I'm kind of curious if he'll rename it. If I wait him out for a second. No, I think he's over it. But this card's interesting. It says meeting at 2 p.m. Or, yeah, 2? I think it says 2. And then this one says, every pause button is a Roman numeral 2. Accurate.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
I'm not going to do it. Alright, continue. The mostly infinite hole. Pretty good time. Pretty good time. Yeah, you know, I would buy a sequel just for that, I think. Now, what else do we have here? What else do we have here? Let me check the map. Jump circle this map, free achievement, the button that says the name of the player that is playing the game, merch, settings, world champion. We might have to investigate that one a little bit more. Stanley Parable reassurance bucket. Oh yeah. Office decorations, that was the balloon. I wonder if there's more we could see actually. Epilogue. So I guess it's up. I don't know. Collectibles, infinite hole, exit. I guess we could just exit. Because I'm not seeing settings and I'm not seeing... Unless it's in here. Nothing to do more. Merge, button, this is gem. This must be something. This is, what is this? The balloons. Did I miss something in here? No. Alright, we're gonna leave. We're gonna exit. Oh, actually. That's new. That is new. Settings world champion. Okay, let's check that out first. And then that's new. Settings world champion. No. Okay, that's fine. Just go across the hallway and see what this is about. This is where we came in.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Okay, well then exit. Exit over here. Perfect. Get me out of here. You can't exit? Oh, it's over there. Okay. Ah, perfect.
Oh, goodness, Stanley, this is fairly awkward. I hate to do this, but before you leave, you really should go to the collectibles exhibit. You see, there is a surprise I was going to spring on you later, and it involves the collectibles. And I really do hate to break the illusion, but it's important that you go see the collectibles, okay?
It's like the most obvious
All right, I'll
one.
get out of your hair now.
Can you find them? Can you find them? Can you find them? Oh, it's his happy place.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
1 out of 6. Heyo. Hey, Commandant. Good morning. Yes, or good night. I guess it's technically morning. It's 12:30 a.m. How are you? Collect them all. Okay.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Now let's see if it lets us leave. Got my collectible, got my bucket. Life is good. Life is good. I can't complain. I'm at the office, but I can't complain. don't have a choice here. We go through the right.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement.
Okay.
Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this.
Yeah, I feel
Here we
good
go.
about this too.
Version 2.
What?
Who am I
has
kidding,
changed?
Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted
Give it
more
another
than
shot.
anything to create a sequel that
This'll
would capture
work.
all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it.
Huh.
Tastefully, of course.
Almost like a
with
deluxe
respect,
version.
with care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect.
Yes,
Go
Commander.
ahead.
This is where you sign up. You came
Take
to the
a
right
look.
place. Came to the right place. Begin the game. What about settings? What about credits? Field of view. Wow. Controller vibration. Okay, I like it. Credits. Crows. No, we don't want to see full credits. Let's begin. Stanley Parable 2, ladies and gentlemen.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
So I think I accidentally skipped that intro when I first started this game. That's good to actually see it. Very good. Got the balloons now.
All of his co-workers
yeah.
were gone. What
Happy
could it
12th
mean?
birthday,
Stanley decided to
Stepnies.
go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Back to the beginning. Back to the beginning. Shut that one off. Where's that progress bar? next room, maybe.
Stanley felt the bucket calling to him.
The bucket!
Begging him to pick it up. Why was he not doing it?
Where is it? Bucket! It's beckoning me. Bucket! There it is.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Can't believe I missed you, bucket. Be careful with buckets. I walked near a construction site recently when a bucket of paint fell and narrowly missed my head. I nearly died. Wow! That's insane. I'm glad it missed you. That's crazy. This bucket is empty.
Stanley
and
clutched
happy.
the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I suppose I will. Suppose I will. Meeting room.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Okay, I think we gotta go back and break something. Chris! Chris is still not in here. That's probably
Oh,
the
Stanley,
best.
can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket.
It does?
You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy?
No.
It's as clear as day. This broom closet
don't touch my
believes it
bucket.
deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom
No.
closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket.
That's our
I know how. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
We haven't tried down here yet. Oh! God. Okay.
You
Hey.
found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done.
Good
You
enough for
can't
me.
buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Alright. Back to this terrifying red room.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His
Was
boss
that
would
all?
think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all.
See, the bucket didn't
That's
talk back.
strange, Stanley
The
thought.
bucket talked
Usually
back,
the
then
bucket
we
is
might
a
have
source
problem.
of guidance and wisdom for me
Once
in
you
difficult
be for
times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre
My bucket's
hallucinations
gone.
Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it.
All right, let's find the
Far
bucket.
off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him. Stanley! Stanley, it's me, the bucket. Could it truly be?
Save you.
He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket. Come to me, Stanley. Find me.
There's so many of them.
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful.
Oh my god, I'm gonna
Stanley
explode.
doubled over in agony
No.
and blacked out.
No.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Mariella.
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk.
Oh.
Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place.
Careless.
How
Never
cruel
forget your
the world
bucket.
can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this.
No time for
There
dead
were a
bodies.
myriad of confusing
Gotta
problems
clock in.
she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Oh, that's life with a bucket. Never leave home without your bucket. So are we Mariella now, or are we still Stanley? Let's find out.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on.
Figurine finders meeting in the what room? Figurine finders committee meeting today in the meeting room. So I guess we should actually go to the meeting room, I would say.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I'll go with it, because I need to go to the meeting room. Hey, Ramjammer! This is a cool game. I'm really into it. I don't even know where it ends, you know? But there will be a reward for finding them all. We need more planks. Warehouse access plan. Produce 1 plank to allow ease of access past fence. Construct bridge to allow collection of shiny float. Retrieve Chris's remains from the warehouse floor. Chris was trapped in the broom closet. Now he's dead and they buried him under the warehouse floor. Construct new structurally sound bridge. That one's in red. I wonder if that's in red for a reason. Construct bridge. Produce 1 plank to allow ease of access past fence. Construct bridge to allow collection of shiny float. What? Retrieve Chris's remains from the warehouse floor. Construct new structurally sound bridge. Okay, so planks and bridge. Mission status: places to search. A large room, lots of boxes. Some are both red and blue. That sounds like that door. Whenever we got that situation. Nearby a fireplace. I don't know what that would be. A private but smelly place for an important person. Maybe like a bathroom in the office, the boss's office. Is this some kind of game? There must be a point to this. Looks like 427. It's not me, is it? Ha ha ha. 5. There be, just take it from me. 5 there be, just take it from me. Gotta collect them all. Who are you? BBB, LOL. There will be a cleaning of this wall required. I want them so much. I want to go home. Stop kidding yourselves. I don't think there is going to be a reward, if I had to guess. Collecting is sexy. Beware the false prophet. Trust the completionist instinct. Why wouldn't they just tell us something will happen? This investigation in this room feels pointless, to be honest. Weird spinning figurines. Our data, stock options, money, what do they want? Can we sell them? Obviously. Saw one in cargo room. Employee 421 building a bridge. A cargo room. Build a bridge. What do we know? What we forgot? What we don't know yet. Do we need contracts? Potential liability. Quarterly success. Magnets. Why are they floating? Magic. A quarterly success. Dreams, training, exercise. How many are there? 6. So they say. Maybe we are the collectibles. Wouldn't you like to know what? Anyone have any leads? Fig leaves are hard to find. Please do not leave the office before reporting back any new findings. I'm thinking the most promising leads are right over here. So it's telling us we got 2 of them, which checks out. So inside the exhibit, check. Somewhere both red and blue. I know exactly where that is, but gotta... Yes, I know where that is. I know where that is. Okay. Right. I mean, what does it matter, right? But still. Nearby fireplace, a private... Okay. Gotta open that broom closet.
Oh, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
I feel like I could turn this into a plank. A broom. I don't know why I go in here. Sometimes I wonder if Chris is still trapped in there.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I am gonna go up here. Executive bathroom! It would be in here! Private A.
Another miniature Stanley figurine.
What did I tell you?
You know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini stands?
Love it.
Stanley figs. What about Stanlerines?
That's pretty good.
Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
He looks sad. Money in the morning, money in the evening, money for breakfast, money crisp. Catchy, extreme bathrooms. Okay, cool. What does it say? Well, moving on. I know where the other ones are, kind of. Awaiting input, input received. Nice. What does it all mean? Who knows? Ooh, this is new. The panda! Oh, it makes me so sad. Business strategy. Shooting a panda. Posture check. Good call. Posture check. Elevator. Up and down. We'll go both. But I'm not sure I'm ready to go over there. I like that it's not...
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
I tried 2013 because that's when they said the game was made.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs.
What else could it be?
Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
2845. Must be
Yet incredibly,
something else.
by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Where is it? Oh. Alright, we gotta look for a 4-digit pin pad. Hey!
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think,
Stanlerine.
Stanley? What name
Figly.
better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
How about Stan. Tiny Stan. Let's try going up. Figley for sure. 1 vote for Figley. I like it. I like it. I need to make him probably reset me, to be honest. Maybe it was down here.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
I didn't try this yet.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
It's probably true, but I'm going to try it anyway. We'll see.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
How would we possibly die?
At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Yeah. What is it? I don't know, he's lied to me before. Lest us all not forget the infinite whole. The mostly infinite. He lied to me. He lied to me again.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, it reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man.
You know I can't jump right
So
there.
he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell,
I think we're
Stanley.
safe. I think we're safe.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal
No,
jaws.
I'm ducking.
In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
But I'm not done. Oh, I think we broke it. I think we outsmarted him. Oh, we're too good for him. The Stanley Parable is that...
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
The parable is
When
that we are
every
too
path
good.
you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
The blueprint shows the office from the beginning of the game. The path from Stanley's office to the 2 doors was the first part of the game that was built. Sections have been added and altered throughout development though the core layout remains almost identical to the first iteration. Corridor. The pacing of this opening section was important to get right. This corridor has been moved and altered to make sure the player reaches the 2 doors in good time. The 2 doors. The set of the 2 open doors was the very first concrete piece of the Stanley Parable's design. Once this room was created, the rest of the game emerged as an extension of it, an exploration of the contradiction this room posed. Interesting. Nature painting, Stanley's computer. This is a little museum. Filing cabinets. Looks familiar. Office computers. 62%. Employee database. I don't see any 4-digit numbers. 2013, already tried that. I am sure there's another code. We just gotta find it. Just gotta find it. The office. Button sounds. That one's familiar. Left or right? Go left. 431, 436. Maintenance room. An early version of the maintenance room. some things we haven't seen yet. The Lounge, an early version of The Lounge. From Michael M. Some questions. How do you make a JRPG? Oh. How's the games? How's the games going? I hope it's good. Better than the first one. From a cool man. James Irving, a cool man. Are you a rock? Narrator emails. After the second trailer, we asked people to email the narrator for questions. While we had initially planned to use these further promotional materials, we never found the perfect use for them. Here are a selection of those emails. 1112800. I'm writing that down. I should really have a little notebook with me. 1112800. For instance, on a scale of max hertz, Salvador Dali, how surreal will this game be? Were you born with a magnificent voice? Congratulations! In line with our previous announcement, attach the file can be the first good spam. I wanted to tell you I like the Stanley Parable as much as I like seeing a humorously small badger in swim trunks. What's it? 112,800. 24,000. Wait, 24 million. Dead strong bat. How do you type with the boxing gloves on? Dead strong bat. What do the lights in the control room really do? I want to know. The lights. Montgomery Jones. That's a good name. I thought. 1959. I'm going to try that one too. I doubt that will do anything. 1959. I want to see if I got that number right. That's what I'm really looking for. What is your message for today? There's a skeleton inside of you, also a bucket. There are more skeletons in this world than there are humans. Thanks and goodbye, Civ. So these are real emails? Okay, well, I'm going to try typing in that number next chance we get. Copy virus. But I'm not going to stand there and read all of those. 427. Stanley's office. From left to right, the evolution. First created in November 2011, second in March 2012, and the third in February 2013. Wow, they're very different. Game design mock-up. Definitely hear something walking around in here. Freedom ending. Got that one. I think. Countdown desks. One of the desks from an early version of the countdown ending. Countdown ending. What even is that? Countdown room. I'm not sure I've seen that one yet. Zending. An early version of the ending known as Zending, which was eventually cut and merged with another part of the game. Zending levers. Just grab what color they pull. We have not seen this one yet. The game is now paused. Okay. Don't think that's relevant. Trailers. Ran 4 major teaser trailers over the course of the game's development, each meant to convey something about the spirit of the game. This is the first one, released in May 2012. Features a series of broken rooms and the voice of a narrator, informing viewers that he is preparing a new version of the Stanley Parable. Moving on. I don't want to get turned around, but meeting room. Ooh, here we go. Maintenance layout. So we did this. Disobey, first choice. Disobey, first choice. Disobey, first choice. How are they different? They don't look any different. Oh, the maintenance. I see. Confusion ending. The other entrance would be hidden depending on how you entered. So which one do they choose? All 4 of them, I guess? So confusion ending. So this is the only good ending of that. 2 options. 2 doorways to maintenance. Depending on how you entered. Well, alright. It's interesting. I'm not sure what to do with all this information right now. Timer would give you 15 seconds to pick up the phone. Not picking up the phone would lead to a different ending. Ah, look at that. I almost feel like I shouldn't be here. We also want to offer the players the option of falling to their death. Okay. Very kind of you. So let me just take a little peek down here. I think Warzone. Designed an ending where Stanley would end up on a battlefield fighting aliens. What? The action game would become sentient and would wage war against the narrator. We realized shortly after starting to build it that it was far too joking on the nose for the tone of the game. Plus, some people interpreted it as us making fun of people who like shooters, which was not our intention. That sounds fun, though. I want to play that. I feel like that's everything. Yeah, I think that's everything. Let's go back up. Unless this is anything new to say. Nope. Now we have to find our way out of here. Exit.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
The on and off button? Or me and the narrator?
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice.
Ducking.
Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let time...
I feel like it shouldn't crush me. I ducked. Thank you for the lick. Appreciate it. She did warn me. You really think I give up like that? No, sir. You know who I am? Employee 427. That's who I am.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
Bucket! Put me in the bucket. Well, at least we can check the figurines and see how many we have left. Well, I'm pretty sure I know where one is still. Pretty sure.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I think it was through here.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I have a few things I want to try.
And here it was, the lounge.
No, I'm not staying.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley
Don't
took
get
the first
comfortable,
open door on his
Stanley.
left.
Don't get comfortable. Not here, not today.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he
Taking the
wasn't
left.
fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on
There's
the
a door
wrong
down
foot
there that's
here.
open. That's
I'm not
new.
your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult,
Might be.
but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's
part makes me
someone you've
nervous.
been neglecting, Stanley. Someone... What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you
everywhere.
that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side.
Give me a chance.
That's the one I was looking
close
for.
Now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler Anarines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one. And then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then.
Probably.
Different in the sense that we used to have none of them. And now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler Anarines. None of us can.
All right.
Now
let's-
listen
let's
carefully,
go.
this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
I am gonna walk through the red, but am I? Yeah.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I want it to stop. We would both
Going back
be
to the
so
happy
much
place?
happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
Going in. This part's pretty cool.
What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
I think we leave and then we come back.
No, wait. Where are you going?
Now I go back.
Right. Where were we?
Now I leave. Let's see what he does.
Oh no.
What's that noise?
Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me.
I feel like you
Please,
have...
Stanley, think about what you're doing.
Right, I'll come down. I almost feel like you have to do it, though. Just to get out of this loop. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. We'll go back to his happy place for a second. Really, the only reason I went this way is to get the figurine, which apparently doesn't matter anyway.
Good, good. We can't be too safe. Promise me you won't go back there. Just stay here.
No promises. Yeah, we don't quit. Exactly. Nope, not today. How long does this go on for, sir? I mean, it's cool, but here we go. This is new. Maybe it spells something out. They're coming to surround me. Oh no, I don't think I like this. Well, I'm just gonna accept it now. Just gonna accept it. This is our life now. It's kind of amazing, actually. I love it. I get it. I get why he wants to stay. I'm gonna give it just a little bit longer, and if this doesn't pan out to anything, then we jump off the stairs. Definitely looks like it's gonna encapsulate us, though. Makes me a little uncomfortable that he stopped talking to us. Wow, if you stare into that, pretty mesmerizing. Where'd the door go? I'm out.
No! What do we talk about? You're risking everything we achieved here.
What did we achieve? I don't know. Maybe you can convince
You
me.
heard me before, didn't you? You will die. What about this isn't getting through to you?
I think we need to reset. I don't think there's anything for us there. Whew.
No!
It really does make my stomach jump.
Oh, no. No, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this?
Once again.
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do... My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy.
That's not
Am I
it.
reading the situation correctly?
This is manipulative.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
It's the last jump, I think. Then we reset. Ideally.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it?
Stanley's
I'm going
tripping.
back.
Stanley is tripping. Stanley's always tripping.
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
I don't know why I shut these off. It just feels right. Oh, good. They can tell us where the last figurine is. Then I'm gonna go to the meeting room. Also, I want to try some things in the boss's
When
room.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Sure did. Yeah, I want to go to the boss's room as well. Okay, yeah, here we are. A large room with lots of boxes. I wonder if that's the memory lane? Large room, lots of boxes, some kind of warehouse. That's all we got. That's all we got left. Approximately here, they're showing us. Okay, large room, lots of boxes. Just look for that. Don't do that! No wonder why Chris was trapped in here. How dare they? How dare they? Okay.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Yeah. Anything in the bathroom? Anything new? Anything new? Because the boss knows that what the boss says goes. If the boss has suffered losses, then that's what the boss chose. Oh, baby. It's exciting poetry. Right, this is what I want to try. Also. Oh, wait. I really want to try the code. I'm going to do that really quick while I have it in front of me. Yeah, we got a couple of them I'm going to try.
The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks. Not a living soul anywhere.
There's only 4
Could he
digits.
really be all alone? This was too much for Stanley to take. Too much for any man to take. He fell to his knees, bursting into half moans, half sobs, the guttural retching of life from a man denied any hope, any reason to keep going. Here on the floor, he lay prone, paralyzed by fear for nearly a full hour. But when at last he began to move about and survey the situation, he found a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could it mean? Was it a sign of hope for Stanley's future? Alas, it was not. For although this keypad guarded the terrible secret of Stanley's past, it had been assigned a 4-digit code so devious and so random that no man could ever hope to guess it. 2845. Statistically, nearly impossible to guess blindly, ever.
Maybe that's the joke. Maybe it's actually like 1, 2, 3, 4 or something. Let's try it.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs.
2.
Trying to input anything on the
3.
device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
0, 0, 0, 0.
2845.
9, 8, 7, 6. What about 427? 0, 427. 0, 4, 2.
Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself. And Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
Fine. So far, we've only had one instance where he said we made a meaningful choice. So after this round, so I'm going to go back to the boss's room. We're going to go on the elevator, not the one we just took, the other side.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Suppose he did. Suppose he did.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Can he leave? Can he change his mind? No. Then I guess he has the strength.
Now the monitors
on.
jumped to life, their true nature
427.
revealed.
There I
Each
am.
bore the number of an
Center.
employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to
figurine here.
images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
I'll just keep going. Let's check out that fired one, just under 103. Not even sure. It all looks the same.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in
Pirate.
someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
I guess now we can press the other button. The one that doesn't shut it all down, but turns it all on. Turn on the mind control. Oh yeah. That got me again.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
5. Well, there are buttons in the room, aren't there? Let's press every button. 3. What were those numbers again? 112800. I don't think we have all that. I wonder if you have to press them in order. Regardless, start over here. 1, 2. Go back to 3. 3. 4's gotta be at the one up here. So dark. Wait, how do you get up there? Looks gated off. No. Okay, maybe we can come back in a second. So we'll turn it on and see if we can go back. Press those buttons.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power... Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself? Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley,
Get out of here.
I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley?
Okay.
It's your
Gates
time
are
to
open.
shine. You are the
Gates
star.
are open.
It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires.
will.
Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off.
Don't
But
worry.
what precious moments each
Don't
one of
worry,
them
I
is.
got it.
More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are?
Yes.
A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free.
4.
Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone.
Evil.
Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say
think I
this,
just
though,
saw-
this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you
Wait, did
try
that
to
not-
make sense
that
of
didn't work?
everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go.
Okay, I gotta look at the
But I'm
screens.
sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better.
Before yellow.
My
4.
goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much.
4.
You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time
Yeah,
on the
alright.
clock. Why not?
There we go.
These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees.
This is 3.
Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now?
Oh, it's 1. It's 1.
Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you.
Still 1.
Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every
What?
little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door.
Maybe I need to press
Everything,
blue.
anything, something
Blue.
here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a
You
disappointment.
have 3 attempts.
But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing.
Goodbye, employee.
No
427.
just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
We're getting closer. We're getting closer to foiling whatever that was. That's crazy.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I'm going to the boss's office this time. And
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
we're going to try the first elevator that we come across. Still a large room, lots of boxes. It's not, oh god. I was like, maybe it is the meeting room, but I don't think so. Could try.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
This one right here. Business strategy, baby. Up. Go up. Let's try it. Then you can go up and you can go down. Go up forever, I guess. Oh. We're back where we were. This can't be right. Going down. Stanley Parable, baby. What are this? I don't actually think this goes anywhere. Yeah, I'm not convinced. Let me out. So you can't go back. Can't go back. Then I'm gonna keep going forward.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean, he wondered. Desperate for answers, he began turning the room over looking for clues that might unravel the situation, until at last he discovered a keypad behind the boss's desk. But alas, no code. For this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
8, 4, 5.
Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Okay, come on in. Down. So we gotta figure out. So I have like probably 10 attempts in that one room. And now that I kind of understand the game-ish.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
I think we got it this
Now
time.
the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Oh, thanks for hanging out, Room Jimmer. Get some good sleep.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
There's a little platform there.
Here was
Maybe
the
not.
proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all. Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself? Is that what you wanted? Control?
What do we got?
Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode,
Let's get this thing
eliminating the
online.
entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Now
There we
this
go.
is making
There we
things
go.
a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires.
Blue 3,
Oh, this
blue
is
3.
much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated. All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them.
Blue 3.
I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I
Three
simply let you
attempts.
sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34
attempts,
seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock, why not? These are precious additional seconds.
Dark blue
Time doesn't
1.
grow
Dark
on
blue
trees.
1. Dark
Oh dear
blue
me,
1.
what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones, or maybe this big red button, or this door.
One.
Everything,
Red
anything,
one.
something here will save me. Why would you say
Red.
that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten?
2.
One
Red
sold?
3.
Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? But you really believe there's an answer? How many times will you replay this bit, looking desperately for a solution? 10? 100? 1,000? I look forward to finding out and to watching the bomb go off each time you fail. Just you and me and the retching explosion of fire and metal over and over and over for all of eternity. And Stanley died again. And Stanley died again.
3.
And Stanley
Dark Blue 2.
died again.
Shoot.
Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say happily ever after.
That's tough. I'm not sure about that one. I don't know. We're gonna go back to where we get the phone call. I think I have to break some things. I think that'll be the best move here.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
See, it shows me all those buttons on the screen, and then it says a
When
hint.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room,
A
and
hint,
Stanley
as
knew it
if
perfectly well.
it's not
Perhaps
actually
he
the
wanted to
button
stop
it
by the
tells
employee
me.
lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
It was okay.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
No. Although I should go back there soon.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Okay.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've
wonder
gotten off on the wrong foot here.
If I could land,
I'm not your
if I could
enemy,
land on
really,
that
I'm
truck.
not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but
Is there
you
anywhere else to
all
jump
this
off?
time. There's someone you've been
I don't think
neglecting,
so.
Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every
door over
decision
there.
by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
Big room full of boxes. I bet this is where the other
This
figurine
is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside.
Somewhere down
To
there.
let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Can't just go in here. Okay. This. Oh, it should be in this room, isn't it? The figurine. Collectible. You would think so. Big room full of boxes. Maybe I could drive the forklift. No, I don't think so. Oh well.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be... Oh, no, you can't... Did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another.
Definitely
Music
not.
comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person. I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making.
He's gonna put
or
us
did you
through
not
training
grasp
again.
the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe
But then we can break
decision-making in
it
the
and
real
start over.
world.
What's
Please
my
observe this
sign? I'm a
helpful
Virgo.
instructional video.
I should have had you guys.
Choice.
But I'm
It's
Virgo.
the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the
Wonder
person to finish
if I
their
should
thought,
defy
then
logic.
provide an excuse why you cannot continue
In the
talking.
button room.
Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack." Excellent.
Sack and crack.
Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant,
there's a secret
and the
code.
feeling should subside. At this time,
Those
your
numbers.
instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and
Not 4-digit
reinforce
though,
the material
sadly.
covered in this video.
Ah, welcome back.
8,
You may have
8,
noticed
8.
that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago
We'll try all
and see what the
8s.
correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
Try all 8s in the code room. Is that the number again? 43323. Hold on. One. Guess we'll go back. Guess that makes sense.
Now that we know your choices are meaningful,
Although
we
she-
can't have you jumping off the
Oh,
platform
God.
and dying. Imagine the
They
main
caught me.
character dying senselessly halfway through the story.
I was
That
gonna
story
jump.
would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
Did that just close? No. None of these are open.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world.
Can't go through here. Ugh. Nope, nope, nope. It's probably
Now
gonna put us
remember,
in the
all you
bad
need to do
ending.
is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Well, last time, did I listen to him? Let me think. Did I listen to him? I feel like I did.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 7, 8, 9, 0. 4, 5, 6. 7, 8, 9, 0. 7, 8, 9, 0. Try that as a code. Alright, 7, 8, 9, 0. Let's see if we're too late. I'm going in again. Ah. Same thing. They're forcing my hand. Okay, so I think we did it a little bit differently than last time.
Oh,
Same result.
It's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know.
Termination
What's
Tuesday.
the answer? What do I do? What do I do?
Financial panic meeting.
No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to.
We tried to get out.
I'm here. I'm still here in this pile of rubbish. With you.
Such a weird ending.
You, who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh.
I missed him yelling at
My
me.
story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make...
It is a good story, to be fair.
Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I don't think I should do it. I think I did it last time.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry.
Okay.
Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I guess I'll do it. Okay, meeting
Yet
room.
there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
The broom closet's free. Oh, it's locked. Bummer.
Coming to a staircase,
Oh.
Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's
off.
office.
Alright. Oh, that's what I was gonna try to do. Go back to his broken... Okay, it is broken. Perfect. Well, then maybe this will be fixed. It's locked. What about this? Also locked. Okay. Where we came from. Alright.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Nightshark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown.
This game
He
is
drew a
eternal?
sharp
Seriously.
breath and then spoke the code.
Nightshark 115. Nightshark 115. Nightshark 115.
Stanley spoke the code. Nightshark
It worked.
115. He spoke it into the receiver,
Oh, no,
right
it's
there on
okay.
the wall.
Nightshark 115. I think it's meant to not work.
I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step.
I tried. Nightshark.
Okay,
115.
fine. You're not going to do it. But you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You...
I got nothing.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
See it from a bird's eye view. Maybe it'll mean more.
Stanley? Hello? Are
It's
you...
like that little figure.
Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice.
The only
I
thing
need you to
left
walk
that I
through the
could
door.
think
Are you
is
listening to me? Can you hear me?
in the final room.
Is everything all right? Stanley, this is important.
In the final room
The
with all the
story
buttons.
needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me?
If I could figure out
Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both
how to
correct.
shut
You
off the
can't
bomb.
go wrong here. We can work together.
Maybe we
I'll
can make
accept
some
whatever
progress.
you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose.
This is tough.
Do something. Anything. This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. The story needs it.
I need this.
So, you hear me?
Yeah.
Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you
I
there?
hear you.
Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice.
I'm trying to think of all the endings
That's
they've
all
talked
right.
about.
I'll wait for you to
confusion ending.
decide what's the right thing to do.
Was it the peace
Take
ending?
as much time as you need.
I mean, maybe there's a certain point in the game where you just decide I've had enough. Because it truly does keep looping. But
This is the story of a man.
we're going to skip that. So I guess we'll go back.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
On with my bucket.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
Maybe I shouldn't have
Stanley
picked up the
clutched the
bucket.
bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
But we did it. We made our choice. We're gonna pause it. Maybe I'll leave it here.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't
Take
you?
it.
The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no.
We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons.
That's true,
But
he
even
sealed
this
it
is
off
worse
from
than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient?
No.
That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
I'm really trying to get rid of this bucket, though. I feel like it's going to derail this path. Whatever. I could go
Okay,
down.
I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go.
Yes? What is it? What is it? Is this where I went last time? I don't really remember. Yes, it is. I'm not going. I'm going up. I'm going up. Pretty sure. Pretty sure. Never been in the boss's room with a bucket. To be rich? Is it a crime? To commit crimes, isn't it rich? What a life it would be to have to pick just one. Not in this life, though. We picked both. Oh. Is there any codes over here? I don't see any. Locked.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was
With
once
his
again
bucket.
stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this
Let's
revelation,
try
Stanley may have broken down into an
7890.
emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
5, 4, 8, 2. Fine.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
I'm with it. Go bucket. Maybe the bucket will help us solve the riddle. Oh no. What? 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 Did it just glitch? It's broken. No. Narrator. Oh. It's because of the bucket. Probably. There we go. There we go. There we go. Ooh, no more bucket. Bucket ruins everything. Bucket is no longer a safe space.
The elevator raced downward. plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket.
Yeah.
Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Alright, we really have to figure out what to do with these buttons this time around. Holds the answer to everything.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well?
That's a good
Had the
question.
bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
We should ask the bucket.
No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life.
I guess I could
For
take
he
Bucket
and the
to
bucket
the
would dismantle the
Fantasyland.
controls for good.
Bucket might
Two
like that.
best friends. But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself?
This is so
How
dark.
could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds.
Very silly.
The control buttons became active again.
Wow. Flamingo.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him.
I like penguins.
This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world.
Aww.
The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best.
Back to the beginning.
And Stanley was happy.
Aww. Aww. Cute. I like that ending. That was a good one. I didn't see that coming, but
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
okay, this time back to the boss's room.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Back to the boss's room and just try all the buttons. Try all the buttons. Could go
Coming
down.
to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Should we? No. We'll have to do it again, but I feel like probably the least promising.
Stepping into his manager's
3, 4,
office,
5.
Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean, he wondered? Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
He's so sassy. Alright, let's meditate.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Soothed and rejuvenated. At least that actually worked. Check High on Life is a great game that insults the player. I've been seeing a lot of clips of that. It looks fun.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
The next time I'll escape with the bucket. There's gotta be a way through this.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
I feel like I know this office so well now.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content, walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terror. Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go. Turn the controls off and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this
light
door.
Blue, 22.
Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? But you really believe there's an answer? How many times will you replay this bit, looking desperately for a solution? 10? 100? 1,000? I look forward to finding out and to watching the bomb go off each time you fail. Just you and me in the retching explosion of fire and metal over and over and over for all of eternity. And Stanley died again.
Sure.
And Stanley died again.
No.
And Stanley died
No.
again. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here. Just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life?
Power.
Or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count.
So you need to charge
It's
these
all the
up.
same to me. All a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say happily ever.
Yeah, that's tough. That's really tough. Dark blue 22. So my thought was press it like 22 times. It's crazy. And I wish I could fast pass.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I don't know if you can save it and pick up where you left off.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Let's go. I haven't been here in a
This
while.
was not the correct way to the meeting
So we're
room,
gonna go
and Stanley knew
here.
it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to
And then
stop
take
by the
the first
employee
door.
lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
Just okay today.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Yeah, we're gonna do that.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
There's an elevator. What did I do last time? That's the conference room. I think we went down last time. But what if I go this way? Oh, you can't. Bummer. Yeah, there must be a way to unlock all these doors. Alright, well, since we're here, we try it again, I guess. Or we go downstairs.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe He thought to himself, maybe I am crazy.
I do feel
all of my
a bit like I'm
co-workers
losing my
blinking
mind.
mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all. None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue.
Simulation.
He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought.
That is complicated.
And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want.
Ooh, they really break
I want
down.
my apartment and my wife and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
We're still here. We're still here.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
Nightmare. Hey, Matteo. What's up?
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am safe.
I liked her better when she had a
I am
bucket.
in control of my mind.
I don't know, I want the
know
old
what is
Mariella.
real and what isn't.
Not
It
this
was
Mariella
comforting
with
to think
briefcase.
this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Ran. You should probably call the cops or something. Very irresponsible, Mariella. Very irresponsible.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
We got a bucket. Well, I could take the bucket too. Let me think. The phone ending. We haven't seen that.
The confusion and the chaos
Whatever.
all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
Bucket's always right. Can I move on?
No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Alright, maybe I should have stuck around.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room.
No.
Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Still have a little bridge over there. I wonder if you put plywood. Well, I don't know.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it will take us back home where we can go about life
Oh,
together.
that would be interesting, though. Oh, you can't unplug it in this one. Alright, we either let it ring or... Alright, let's carry our light. Wait, I can't do... Okay, let's see if it worked. I want to live my
This
life.
is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend.
Aww.
And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
What a nice little apartment. Oh, this is a much better life than when I was with my wife. Bucket over mannequin. Am I right? Hello, Stanley. It's me, your bucket. Press any button to take me to work
The Stanley
with you.
Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Well, take me back home with you? I don't know. I don't know if we're gonna do that. I think we're gonna go... Oh, I guess.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Don't you speak about my bucket like that. Jazz music. Generic jazz poster. Oh, there he is. Go back to work.
Well, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think. It can't talk.
You don't know him like I
All it will ever
do.
truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location.
No, it can
That's
also
it.
transfer
It
solids.
doesn't do anything else.
Don't listen to the loud man. Press any button for us to go back home.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful
Not
bucket.
anymore.
This stupid hunk of metal.
Press any button to ignore anyone in your life except for me. Okay.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket.
It's kind of shiny.
Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
Yeah. You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Press any button to go back home. I believe in you, Bucket.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Let's try to turn on the water. Press any button to relive the same day with me over and over. Oh, yeah.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
It is, though. Press any button to go home, to work, to home, to work, to home. Sounds fun. Can't romantic night.
The bucket. No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps, if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes, the bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
Bucket, are you okay with this? This is really taking things to the next level.
Stanley, give me the bucket.
No!
Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it.
My bucket.
Give it to me now. Give
Close
it.
your eyes. He wants to do things to my bucket. Go back to work, Stanley. What is he? He has my bucket. He has my bucket. These buckets ain't loyal. Hey, how goes it? It's going good. I mean, until I had my bucket stolen from me. One love of my life. That happened. It's gone. If it looks any different the next time I see it, I'm gonna find this narrator. And I'm gonna...
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing.
About the liquids it could hold.
No matter how hard Stanley
Didn't
looked,
like that.
he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Put received 4 out of 5. Alright. I think that is going up. What else can we do with bucket? Well, if it comes... Oh, we do have bucket again. Bucket, where haven't we taken bucket?
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms.
I didn't mean to pick it up, but now we have it.
He was home.
It looks the same. It looks the same. I don't see... It's not tarnished at all, is it? I swear.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
If he put his hands on my bucket, I'm gonna have to... We're gonna take this one.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
To the left.
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was it... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Not gonna waste time in there.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
I think this is where we want to go.
And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Down. We're on a journey now, Bucket. We're on a journey now. I can't even remember where this one takes us.
Oh, good, Stanley.
So
I'm
long.
glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
Raw assets. Oh, have we never been down here? Oh my God, we have never been down here. Oh no, it's my wife. My wife and my baby, apparently.
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley.
No, don't be concerned.
We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere.
Stop with the
The
bucket.
bucket isn't even from the
obsession
original Stanley Parable.
is
It's
disturbing.
just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the adventure line and the broom closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want
You're so
another
jealous.
story involving the adventure line? We could make the adventure line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Okay, but I'm not putting down bucket.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Love it. Bucket, what do you think? Bucket loves it too. Bucket loves silly music
now,
and
this
silly
is
birds.
what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then.
See, I don't
Let's
even know
do
what
it
he's
for the
talking
fans,
about.
Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
No, I won't do it. I won't do it. Although I'm kind of running out of storylines with Bucket, I think. Oh god, this is terrifying.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character.
No.
This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable.
Oh.
True, it also was not in the
No.
original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so
No.
much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
Is the store open?
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does?
No.
Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you.
I should
Go ahead
jump
now,
off.
Stanley.
He locked
Say
it!
goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
I don't even have a choice. I don't even have a choice.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular
The
personality
bucket comes
trait.
back pregnant.
Sure, I
Aw.
can hear you saying, how does a character with
Toxic
only one
intervention,
personality
seriously.
trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer,
machine.
you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this.
Let's speed him up this
Okay,
time.
the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it.
No.
We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley.
No.
Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. Is that the Bucket Destroyer?
Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spell-binding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
You're alright. Just okay. Just okay. You're no Bucket. Are we stuck here? In the afterlife? Bucket heaven. Bucket destroyer heaven. Oh, awaiting input. 5. Welcome, Stanley, to heaven. Wow, we made it to heaven. So many buttons. Oh, this is heaven. I love pushing buttons. But they all come back. They all come back eventually, right? Am I right? Maybe we go like tic-tac-toe? Narrator! Somebody! Play me in Connect 5. I don't know! I don't like it here. Oh, the chorus is chanting push the buttons. You'll be able to spend as much time as you like, but know that the buttons will unpress themselves and it will never end, so you'll have to restart manually to begin a new game. Well, I feel accomplished for having made it that far, I think. Push the buttons. So kill the bucket. Never, I know, I guess. Apparently. Crush the bucket. Never listen to that guy again. Oh my god. You can always go back to heaven. Good to know. Okay, well, that's good that it's at least keeping our progress. I think what I'm gonna do, hi Nene. Come here, love. Oh, stretch. Good stretch. Baby's here. She saw that I was in heaven and she wanted to come check on me because I was losing my mind. You heard that song? Do you want it? Okay. Oh, you're so sweet. I think I'm gonna, oh. She says hi back, chat. Quit to menu. Hopefully this saves. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Whatever, what have you. We're gonna just pause it there. We'll carry on this mystery another day. Isn't that right? It's really fun though. I have enough energy to keep going, but I think I'm also going mad. So, gotta balance that. I don't want to end up with Mariella standing over my body, you know? You know. This is a really cool game. It's very funny and well written, and I like it a lot. And everyone have a great rest of your day. Bye.